And now we start on the long straights, weaving, trying to break the slipstream.
Yeah, and however much we call them straights here, they are kinks and all sorts in them. And here we go, first move, you can just see around the outside there from Rueda, and he will carry it into the Steckerval. Look at Quiles, look how firm he was going to be there through the Steckerval, but he is there in 6th place. It's Carpe leading now from Rueda in 2nd, Yamanaka 3rd, Almanza under pressure, quickly from Quiles through to Bolt. They go, the flat 90-degree left-hander, oh, and I'm gutted for Guido Pini, but unfortunately, he's going to be out of the race after stalling.
Yeah, that's a strange one, isn't it? Because you'd have thought they'd got the bike going for him, but anyway. Right, we're back onto one of these straights. It's not a straight. Look at this. Flat out through these kinks. 3-4 abreast.
Oh, strap yourselves in. Here we go. 3 abreast as they go into the ramp. Contact there, I'm sure. David Munoz and Yamanaka. This sort of track is made for David Munoz. Rueda takes over at the front. Here comes Munoz. Mansa was out of shape, wasn't he, down into the chicane? And then it's going to be tight across this chicane for the very first time. And on to the start of the lap again. Another 19 of those to go. Strap yourselves in.
Strap yourselves in. It's going to be interesting to see. Someone like Rueda has got a chance to stretch this field out. And I wouldn't be that happy with him being at the front. I think they'll be trying to break his rhythm.
Look at that, into the Osnabrück and for David Almanza turning tight, but you can see how brave Carpe is trying to be, because then when we switch left into the Strubben, Almanza did exactly the right thing, didn't he? Just cut to the inside.
Yeah. And like I say, it's such a technical part of the track, turn 4 into turn 5. We've seen contact there so many times over the years. We've seen it actually this weekend in some practice sessions as well, so you have to be careful through there.
See it bunching up again. Joel Kelso is the bridge between the two groups that have formed, and actually Angel Piqueras right with him. So Piqueras was on pole here last year and got involved in the race at the front, so I'd expect him to come through. And again, we've had huge contact there. Always the Steckerval. It always happens through there. People get brave through the Ruskin hook, and there's contact. And Carpe, having been leading moments ago, is now back, and he's way back behind Marcos Uriarte.
Yeah, he was lucky to stay on. He went right to the edge of the curb, nearly ended up in the gravel. So yeah, that's he's dodged one there, definitely. He will work his way forward, though. He's had fast race pace all weekend, even though he's all the way back in, where's he down to?
Right, he's now in 18th. He had to go through Q1, didn't he? They lost the first practice because of rain, and then it was all a bit of catch-up, but then he was quick, wasn't he, in the next 2 practices? Carpe as Quiles tries to turn underneath David Munoz.
I mean, it's such a fast corner through there. It's 120 miles an hour, and Munoz is 2 millimetres off the rider in front of him.
Incredible shot.
Care.
So across the line we go again. Fastest rider on circuit is Max Quiles, and then Jacob Ralston it is at the back of the group. And just like in Mugello, we could have predicted this, but we have a fairly sizable group at the front. In fact, everyone's still in it. Leo Abruzzo, who's in this weekend for MLAV for the first time as replacement for the injured Vicente Perez. He's still in this group, effectively, right at the back of the field. Quiles back in front of Munoz now. There we see everyone all tucked in together. There is Carpe, though, with work to do.
Yeah, he was 18th over the line.
He's just got through on Cormac Buchanan. So
I think he'll work his way back up because of the nature of the size of this group.
And it's not easy, is it? It's not easy. It's not like Mugello in that respect, in terms of...
You can't take 7 or 8 in one lap because there's not that one really long straight.
It's got to be methodical where you work your way through.
You can steal a place here and there, and this is one of the opportunities up the inside into here.
Well, Max Quiles has taken over at the front from Jose Antonio Rueda. He loves to be out there, doesn't he? Has a big moment down into Mandeville.
What a great shot of it as well. On the throttle a little bit too early, the rear stepped out. Quick reactions from the young 17-year-old.
And he loves corner speed. There's something about it, doesn't he? The way he runs out wide there, but he's
barged out of the way.
A little elbow from Jose Antonio Rueda, and again, look how close Munoz is to the rear wheel of Rueda. Then Almanza on the inside of David Munoz. And he made sure there was no way through for Munoz there.
I tell you what, Almanza, I've never seen him look like this. He's looked strong all weekend. Same in Mugello, but he looks really aggressive. He's not known for his aggression, but he looks like a different rider. I'm talking about number 22, who's in 2nd place.
He did have a fastest lap, but then it's been surpassed by Alvaro Carpe, who's now up to 15th. Just got through on Scott Ogden, who's in the points at the moment, but you see everyone is still in this race.
Good opportunity for Scott, though. You get someone like Carpe come past you and you know he's going to be aggressive. Just try and get your claws into him, stick on his back wheel, and hopefully he opens a few doors for you.
There you are. He's
exactly
just
what he's doing.
through the Strubben.
Yeah, getting in slipstream
with him.
Don't try and pass him. I know that sounds strange, but genuinely don't, because you know he's got the pace to drag you forward.
On board with Joel Kelso, looking at Angel Piqueras behind. 7th and 8th now for the Aussie and for the young starlet, who's just off the boil at the moment in Moto3. You feel like he's just going through a sticky patch.
Piqueras?
Yeah,
definitely.
A confidence thing. They'll be annoyed. He'll be expecting to win this championship. He's expecting to win every race. He talks like that. He's bolshy. He's got something about him as Angel Piqueras.
Yeah.
We all talked him up as our title favourites at the start of the year, and I'm sure he'll come back. But it's just maybe a bit of crisis of confidence.
Well, just had that bit of shine taken off him by Rueda's speed and consistency. But I think the big one is Max Keeler's joining the championship late due to his age, only just turning 17, and just being the sensation. He's the talking point.
He didn't strike me as a spotlight kind of guy, does he, Angel Piqueras? As Valentin Peroni, you know, there's someone there. We talk about Munoz, talk about Almanza and the way they are in this race. But Valentin Peroni, and there's someone right. Furasato pushed a little bit wide in the chicane. Who's that sat up? Is that Yamanaka?
I think it was Piqueras.
Yeah, I think you're right.
No. Yes,
it was, yeah.
Yeah, they collided as they tipped into the chicane, and well, they both lost a load of time with it.
Well, 2 hard charges, and Piqueras has it all to do again. He's down there with Jacob Ralston now, and Alvaro Carpe.
Yeah. Drop back to join his... You fall all the way back to 15th, and you back them with Carpe. You're like, how's this happened?
Yeah, they are second and third in the championship, a point separating them. And there he is, right tucked in behind him at the front. It's Rueda from Almanza, then Quiles with Munoz right there. And Valentin Peroni, that's what I was just getting to before. Aggressive in practice and aggressive in races, and he's someone who is forward motion always, isn't he? Always going forward.
Every session he rides close to people, does young Peroni. I'm so impressed with him though. Like I said, Friday, I wasn't expecting that much from. This is the man, number 73. Look, that's that collision.
It was teammate on teammate. It was Yamanaka on Piqueras. So I think Piqueras was leaving up a little bit with Yamanaka on the inside, and then Furasato had nowhere to go.
What a shot. Look how close it is there. You could see, is that on Peroni? It's not Almanza, is it? Oh no, it's Fernandez on the Leopard bike, at the back of that group. Looking for an opportunity.
Just look at them here
but
now.
It's pass or be pass.
Yeah.
It is that. It's like, if you hesitate and think, oh, I'll just wait and think about the next corner, boom, someone's up the inside of you.
And there it goes. Max Quiles comes through. Ryusei Yamanaka comes through and up into 4th past Munoz. Don't worry, Munoz will be back sooner rather than later. At the back of the group, you could just see Alvaro Carpe starting to make more progress. He's up to 14th place now. Still got Scott Ogden right behind him.
They won't need to pay attention now, though, because Rueda's done a clean lap there, and it's not much of a gap, but it is a gap.
Yeah, they all need to now have a think about it.
Just be patient.
Put a check on it.
Exactly. You don't want to be doing a silly move now into turn 5.
What, you mean Almanza and Ryusei Yamanaka side by side coming through Osnabrücken? Just need to work here a little bit and make sure, because otherwise it's gone, and your chance of winning this Dutch TT are over.
So what, Scott Ogden's been having a poor weekend, but he's in a good place just at the back of this group.
Yeah, now ahead of Furasato, who's dropped all the way back to 16th. Cormac Buchanan there in 17th, just outside the points at the moment, but they're all still in this group. In fact, everyone back to Tachkorn Boisserie, still in this group. Yeah,
Eddie O'Shea's in it.
Oh, that's wide there from Ralston, but you're allowed to do that this year. In the past, that was a track limits penalty, but yeah, we have seen people go up and over there. I'm not sure necessarily it's the quickest way through.
No. Well, they've closed back in. That's the good news on Rueda.
And this is the sector where you can't get away because of here, can you?
Yeah, you just give off such a... By the time you get through this kink, then basically the whole you're kicking up, braking in the air, the slipstream you're giving off, look at it, everyone just gets sucked forward.
Yamanaka on the inside of Quiles. You are a sitting duck though, aren't you?
You are.
There's not really that much you can do.
There isn't.
Oh, wow, that's messy, isn't it? As Munoz launches it underneath Yamanaka down into the chicane. It makes me nervous. It's a great shot, isn't it?
It is
from
great
the little crane camera there. So we go again. Furasato fastest on track, down in 16th place as Quiles goes through an Almanza at turn 1, the Harbox. We are only on lap 7 of 20. Yeah, still not even at half race distance. What Rueda's got out front though, there's not much messing about at the moment, is he?
No, he's smooth, isn't he?
Oh, it's going to be tight, Kelso. hung out a little bit by Peroni. Dennis Foggia looking a lot more lively, isn't he, since his podium in Mugello, as Lunetta almost onto the grass, had to cut back onto the racetrack there.
Yeah, he's working his way through this group. I saw him, he was at the back of it at one point, so he's made a lot of passes as Lunetta, another very aggressive rider.
We had a long lap penalty come up on our timing screens. Leo Abruzzo, 4M lap, shortcut at turn 17, so he's ridden through at the chicane, and he probably hasn't lost time. That's why you have to lose a second if you do that, which is what Purasato did. And we see here Purasato behind Alvaro Carpe now.
So Carpe's up to 14th. I expected him to be a little bit quicker through the group.
Well, Piqueras has got past him. Piqueras is up to 13th. You can make progress, you can get through, but it's not easy here because of areas like this. You get past and someone else can easily pass you.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what's been happening, I think. You want eyes on the front of the race as Quiles and Almanza come close, and then what do you need when you've just been moved to one side? David Munoz appears in your peripheral.
Of course he does, with that little grin on his face.
It's a scary grin.
A scary grin.
A yellow flag out in that last sector there, so not quite sure what's happened. No Villa or something? Not sure. On our timing screens, it hasn't popped up yet. It is the Abruzzo. Oh, he's had a crash. That's a shame for him. The young Italian for this weekend.
Impressive this weekend. Never seen this track, never ridden a Honda before, and he was about 1.2 seconds off the pace. Not bad at all for the young Italian.
Yeah, Vicente Perez, in theory, we hope should be back in the Saxon ring. So, at the front, Rueda leading from Quiles in second. It's all going off behind Rueda, though, at the moment. No one has shown Rueda a wheel. It has a bit of Aragon feel to it, doesn't it, at the moment? The Rueda's leading the way. You know, you are in a race like this, you have to get to a point where you have to start looking at the other riders. And
where you start to get, as the race goes on, you think you get more confident, but then you think, I'm getting +0, he'll be getting told how big the group is. So you get to a point thinking, hang on, they know all my weak points.
That's it.
Should I drop back and have a look? There's so many different things you have to think about in one of these races.
But then you put yourself right in the danger zone, don't you?
Danger zone, exactly.
Again, Quiles, look how close he is to the rear of Rueda through this flat-out kink. It's just incredible to watch the motorcycles through the Hoogerheide now and into the Ramsar. But tell you what, Rueda is strong through there.
He is.
You think he'll come under pressure now into the final chicane? Oh, round the outside, Max Quiles, hello. Well, that's one I've not seen too often here.
No.
It's going to lose the drive down towards turn 1.
I'm going to say that was never on from the moment he came out of the penultimate corner and he was on the wrong side of the ride. Oh, was that a seat pad or something?
Oh, contact with Almanza now and Quiles. Someone's seat pad flew off there, didn't it? As now Yamanaka attacks Almanza, and David Munoz says, thank you very much for opening the door.
Yeah,
and he kicks his way through it.
Yeah.
Still Perone's in there. That's the blue helmet of the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 bike.
We talked about this in practice. Over the years, certainly the last 5 years, the level of aggression, it feels like it's gone through the roof. There was always 1 or 2 riders that were, let's say, sometimes a little bit too aggressive. Now, when you look at this lead pack, everyone is.
Quiles, you say, he's aggressive. David Munoz, Almanza is,
yeah.
Peroni definitely is. Yeah. Quiles takes over from Rueda.
Fernandez, really aggressive.
Absolutely.
Lunetta, really aggressive.
Yeah.
Piqueras, Purasato. Yeah, no, you're like...
But you've got to be, though.
Yeah.
That's the long and short of it. You have to be successful in Moto 3 now. Is it breeding the right kind of races? Well, we'll find out, won't we? David Alonso, I would say, aggressive, but chose his moments in the right parts of the race.
Well, this is a move. He's got onto the right part of the track, up the inside. Oh. Talk about commitment. Do you know, I was impressed there with Rueda. He didn't sit the bike up, he leant in.
Oh, and he's been passed now by Yamanaka.
And this is what it feels like. Look at this. Pass or be passed. And now you have to try and pass around in front. Otherwise, are we going to see someone trying to come around the outside of his hair? There'll be a front wheel up on your knee on the inside.
So from leading for much of this race so far, suddenly Jose Antonio Rueda comes across the line in 4th. Just having a look as Dennis Foggia squeaking through now. So Foggia there in 10th. Did he pick up another position perhaps? It was hard, wasn't it, on Kelso? There you see the great shot, isn't it, around the Otterbrücken. and it's like a snail the way it comes back.
You can see how tight that corner is. Real late apex as well, it is.
And you can see how much there is one big front group still. Sort of a gap slightly between Lunetta and Foggia at the moment. That was basically because Foggia just nerfed Kelso aside. Adrian Fernandez has made good progress in this race, as you can see on the right-hand side on that graph, from 13th on the grid. Naturally, hasn't looked like he's had that much pace this weekend.
No, not at all. But looked like he's been struggling.
Come Sunday, he's there.
We see it so many times, don't we? That's a line from Keeles.
And he was followed by
Yamaha. He always does that. As in every track we go to, if he can run onto the blue part of the track where you don't get penalised, he does.
But he's got to do that. Oh, here we go, lunge.
Teammate on teammate.
And
was he trying to ride through him? I think it's Fernandez, isn't it?
Sometimes, watching from the helicopter, you really do get a sense of what's going on.
Yeah, you do. Just how close it is.
Through the ram's hook as we head up towards the chicane. Off on the outside now. Going to make life hard, is he, for Fernandez? No, Fernandez gets back in front of him. It's still Keeles leading across the line. We're past the halfway point of this race.
There's so many borderline moves going on, but it's all the time, every lap.
Fastest rider on circuit. It's Scott Ogden now at the back of the group, so it just shows everyone's got pace.
It's really impressive. 40.7. 30.7 would have been all right.
MotoGP all-time lap record, that, pretty much.
A 40.7, that's, 2 or 3 tenths quicker than the riders in front. And it's some of these weekends, you just get a bit of feeling in the race if he can work his way forward.
So, at the front, still Keeles leading from Yamanaka. Rueda there in third. Adrian Fernandez starting to look like he's up for it. Just to have a look at Piqueras, he's up to 10th now. Burasato 11th, Carpe 12th, after they all basically had moments and run to the back of the pack.
Oh, yeah. On board with Rueda there, you could hear him on the limiter as he led the bike in.
There was a lot this weekend, wasn't there? A lot of limiter action.
Look, onto the blue.
Yeah, but what I was going to say though with Keeles is the curves are higher. So that's the penalty, isn't it?
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
Theory, you've got to go over these high curves, but it just creates these new lines. Oh, there we go. Adrian Fernandez pops his way through on Rueda, through the Mandevane. And this is where it just all winds up quicker and quicker.
Oh, Leopard Honda out of that corner then. With Fernandez. Had some speed.
Always been strong here, the Hondas, haven't they, with the flow of this circuit. Rueda showed a little wheel, and then as he aborted mission, he almost went into the path of Almanza coming through behind him. Rueda, whoa, that's going to be wrong, isn't it? Yeah, had to be there. He braked so late, but then suddenly found he had Adrian Fernandez in his way.
Yeah, and he's lost all the momentum out of that chicane coming down to turn one. He's going to lose some more places. Oh, Lunetta then rode right across the front of him.
That's one of those, and it was always Valentino Rossi's strength. See a gap, I'm just going to go for it. No hesitation, no thinking about it. And Lunetta saw that Rueda was struggling and just went for it, as Piqueras had a thought of going through, but I was so impressed there with the Lunetta. I'm just going to go for it. This might be my only chance. As Burasato and Piqueras do battle through the Strummen, just behind Perrone now. And actually, you see, they're right in touch with Rueda all of a sudden.
Do you know, when you're in a group like this and there's so much close action, you have to train yourself not to look at the riders. You have to look through them. You have to look at your spot where you are going. If you get caught, if you get a little bit of a look at someone, you end up with target fixation. It's a strange sensation, how you train your body to not look at the riders around you.
Carpe again using that Keeles line, shall we call it, into De Bull. Keeles would move up to third in the championship with this. He said something in an interview he did earlier this weekend with Rachel, where he said, let's see where we are in the championship come to the end of the year. They've not written it off, have they? He's only done 5 races of the 9 up to now.
Tell you what, I thought of that interview. He came across so well.
Didn't he?
Because I believe he was saying, he was quite concerned about his English.
I know, it was better than you or I, wasn't it?
It was perfect, it really was. Clearly a bright young man.
Yeah, 17 years of age.
Great racecraft, great talent, a lot of feel. We've watched him in the junior ranks. We've been excited about Max Keeles coming into this championship. I knew it was going to be decent.
Scared at times as well, because he's quite loose, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's
big wheelie out of the chicane though for
and
Keeles.
it's costing the run. Yeah, costing that bit of momentum.
That could have been caught catching a little bit of the serrations of the curb, upsetting the bike, and then suddenly your front wheel's in the air, and and another moment was that from Keeles.
High on the curbs. They're the serrated edges of the curbs as you get to the top point. Especially with these smaller Moto 3 bikes. It's super stiff. Little Michelin, Pirelli slick tyres are pretty stiff. They bounce off the edge of the curbs.
There's a gap opened up, you see, to the back of this group between Scott Ogden, who's the last point scoring position now. Well, no, he's in 14th, sorry. Cormac Buchanan, who's in the last point scoring position in 15th, about 1.5 seconds behind. So the pace is being pushed on at the front here now, and that group with the Kiwi and Carraro, Ralston and co are just being dropped back. Could well get back onto it if they start scrapping here at the front. But Yamanaka pushing on the pace. Through into Mandevane. They start to wind it up. Listen, on board with the bike. Listen to it. Then on the limiter then. Through into the overhider. Oh, Munoz side by side with Fernandez. Yamanaka a little bit slower through there. And that means he's going back from the lead. He's back into 5th place now. One slight moment through there and it cost you seriously. That was a bit of green paint action for Adrian Fernandez.
Yeah, and that's cost him a load of drive.
Oh, I think Cormac Buchanan and Nicola Carraro might have had a collision. They're both just dropping down our order. That'll be a disaster for the Kiwi.
I hope it's not through turn 15.
Carraro's definitely gone down. And yeah, and Buchanan, so there's a collision there. Yeah, I do sincerely hope it's not in one of the faster parts, but they're all fast in that final sector.
Tell you, Almanza into turn 5 is incredible. He can hold a really tight line. Even when there's not a lot of room there, he'll stick his front wheel in and he gets the bike turned and he gets the exit. That's a really good place to be strong, because if you're fast through there, if you can make a pass.
Oh, it is in there. It threw the ramps up, that is.
If we're going to see it, it'll be a very fast crash.
Yeah, Almanza again up on Lunetta, who's having a great race, trying to make up for the Italian Grand Prix. He's up to third, well, he was up to 2nd, but back to 3rd now. Look at Carpe, he's got in front of his teammate now, so Carpe's back in the mix. He's up to 6th place. The number 83. Incident to be reviewed after the race. We haven't seen it, so hopefully we'll see a replay at some point, but there's just too much going on at the front to be able to look back.
I love that. So the RPM goes up, but then as you pick the bike up, the RPM goes down a little bit with the circumference of the wheel as you pick the bike up, it gets larger.
Cracks in the fingers. Times for watching there as Quiles leads them through once more. But there were 2 abreast, weren't they? Right in the middle of the corner. We have got 6 laps to go in the Moto 3 Dutch TT here in 2025, and we are still no closer to knowing who's going to run out victorious in it.
Well, with 5 laps to go, and Carpe's worked his way up to 6th. Done really well, hasn't he, actually?
Still not won a Grand Prix, and he'll be a bit miffed that Max Quiles, who he raced in Junior GP, who he raced in the rookies, is outshining him at the moment with his win last time out, and so Carpe will fancy a bit of top step action off the back of 2 podiums in a row. He's had a 4th in Silverstone, a 3rd in Aragon, 2nd in Italy, and a win here would be a nice bit of progression for Alvaro Carpe. There he is with the pink flex on the side of his... Oh, David Almanza just barged through the side of Max Quiles there through the Staccamat.
I mean, that was a last lap move, that was a firm, and that's the problem is, yes, exactly, and I'd have done the same. I'd have thought, well, hang on a minute, 2 can play that game, I'll let my brake off and pick you up.
But it was wide as well, really wide. It was a bit naughty, that
I think it was mistimed, to be honest. I think it was a mistake more than he actually planned to pass Almanza.
Nicky Ayo almost can't watch this one.
Yeah, no, he can't. Nicky Ayo, his heart rate will be about 40. Just sat there. Whoa. Carpe then had a look, and Munoz just stuck his knee out in front of his front wheel and said, no, you're not coming through here.
Oh, Perrone was really... Well, actually, behind him was Yamanaka, who was really, really close to his rear wheel. Hand up from David Munoz now, waving at someone in the crowd, or...
I've always found that helps at this point.
At this point of the race, to have a wave. Oh, the Carpe then just right through his leg while he's thinking about that. Quiles a little bit wider there,
really
and Almanza looked like he might be about to stop it through. No. Look at Carpe now trying to ride around the outside. Down into the inside though. Look how tight Almanza goes. Yeah. You've got to defend, haven't you, in that corner?
So aggressive. The skill level of these young riders is immense. To as you can see, especially from the aerial view, to be this close. And there's bits of contact, but they are keeping it relatively clean. I hope I'm not tempted fate by saying that.
Hopefully not. Tayo Furusato now through on Peroni. Jose Antonio Rueda, who's caught his breath really after being barged back a few laps ago. He's still there in 8th, so don't count him out. But we did say it had a bit of a feel of Aragon, didn't it? And that's where he finished in that race back in Spain when he was on pole.
Actually, Rueda's not one of the most aggressive riders. 3 abreast.
Oh, contact! There had to be contact there as Carpe tucks to the inside. Almanza, Quiles now, after leading, is now finding himself alongside Fernandez and on the outside through there. No, thank you. Eddie O'Shea has unfortunately gone down with Tachkon Boisserie, so that's a disappointing end again, unfortunately, for MLab's team, as David Almanza now takes over after that contact through Mandeveen and Dalkaslow. Oh, where's Quiles? He's running through pit lane and still brings it back to 5th.
Do you know what? They're the signs of Marc Marquez. That is why everyone talks about Quiles. He can just do unbelievable things. He got barged back to about 8th and just passed 3 riders through one corner.
I'm the opposite end of Nicky Ayo's heart rate at the moment in this Moto3 race with just under 4 laps remaining. I feel a bit sick.
Yeah.
This was the Boisserie incident. Oh, and I don't believe it. 2nd race in a row that Eddie O'Shea...
Oh, and that's a... Oh, no.
That has had nothing to do, and it's going to hit the barrier there. I don't know what MLab has to do to catch a break, or Eddie, or the team, or anyone involved. It's... Yeah, I hope they're all okay, Tachkon and Eddie, but nothing he could do again, just like back in Italy.
Quiles is toughing it out there with someone. He toughed it out too hard.
Yeah, Lunetta and
there are
Fernandez.
Times you have to, the throttle works both ways. You think, I'll roll out of this one because I'm going to lose out. I feel like Quiles has got a bit of red mist going on at this moment now.
You have to settle it down. You have to have your wherewithal to be precise at this stage of the race, as Rueda starts to look like he's got that. You are right about him. He is much more of a time trialer, isn't he? He's much more of a smooth someone. We have call it echoes of Lorenzo. He does run the 99
Rueda.
In honour of Lorenzo, but he's got that smooth feel about him, hasn't he? The way he rides.
Yeah. I just don't know if he's going to lack that little last bit of aggression through this part of the track on the last lap.
Oh, that's going to be so tight there. 4 abreast through the ram's hook. Scary stuff as now Quiles comes back again on the brakes. Oh, Peroni, contact, and that will cause a concertina effect behind it. Barging between Furusato and Quiles.
A fraction too aggressive, and that's cost him all that time.
There's going to be some track limits warnings coming out. In fact, Quiles had one. Quiles had a track limits warning. He's just gone over one again.
Right.
He's right on the limit here, is Quiles. He could well be getting a long lap penalty if he transgresses one more time. Oh, wide from Almanza now. And then Rueda needs no invitation. Carpe leads, Rueda into 2nd. No further action, obviously, in the Boisserie Eddie O'Shea, which was out of here. Obviously, Tachkon just crashed right in front of the Brit.
3 laps to go.
Alvaro Carpe from Rueda. 2 teammates were 1 and 2 on the grid. It was controversial at the time, but backing it up in race trim now. As Almanza is strong, isn't he? Strong into Steckenval. He's strong on the brakes.
He is. Like I said, he can run a tighter line, and he gets the bike stopped, and he gets good exit.
Overtaking manoeuvre over the other side of the curves, out of the Steckenval for Rueda, and he took the lead, not on the racetrack there.
I don't know where to look. I really don't. Then I'm just watching.
Quiles has gone out of Mandeveen, and he has crashed out of the race. It was so on the edge. His track limits, he was on the limit of it, and here we go. He has crashed out, and from 0 to 0 after his win back in Italy, Quiles won't be scoring points today. Right, at the front still then. It's still Rueda leading. Oh, and that's run wide there for Almanza, so he's gone. He's out of it. He's done there. Well, dropping like flies on this lap. Penultimate lap as they cross the line, and it's Rueda back in front, leading from Carpe, who again taps the back of his seat. He needs like an indicator, or he needs something, because he keeps doing it every single race, doesn't he? But I suppose that's the fear of having David Munoz behind you. Almanza's regrouped well, actually, to tug onto the back of Scott Ogden.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he can work his way to the front in 1.5 laps.
Ogden in 12th, Almanza now in 13th. That could be about to change, though, because Almanza was really strong down here into the Strubben.
Yeah.
And he was forcing his way through, wasn't he? That was a bit rash, I thought, from Almanza. Yeah, and it has cost them both time.
Loads of time.
There was no room, and he just went for it.
No, Scott had gone defensive, and then basically Almanza rode through his knee.
Rueda then back in front. Carpe, Munoz. Is it between these three, or can Perrone get involved?
Perrone will risk everything. Piqueras is in a good position.
Yeah.
He's worked his way up to 6th place.
He's just taking that tighter line here, Quiles. You can see how much tighter he is than everybody else, just asking too much of the bike at this stage of the race. Foggia, long lap penalty, exceeding track limit, so he goes from bad to worse for the Aspar team. Because Dennis Foggia will fall out of the battle at the front with 3 seconds added to his penalty, to his time, if he doesn't take it before the end of the race.
What a great exit that was from Rueda.
Yeah.
That was incredible. As he saved a bit of tyre.
I think he must have. He's gapping them here. And they all need to think about this, start working to get back to Rueda, to have one go at him on the last lap. Is that going to happen, though?
Think. Actually, they've managed to get the slipstream, so they've dragged that back gap.
Perrone's coming into this one, you know. Now, now we go. That's a horrific one. Luca Lunetta's gone down. He's been hit in the chicane. That's horrible to see. That one, well, they may well red flag it. They may well red flag it here as Rueda leads them over the line. That was horrible. And that's again was 3 abreast into the chicane.
Yeah, you can't go through that. You can't go through the chicane 2 abreast, because as you both change direction, the timing's off. There'll always be collision.
Fernandez and Furasato also went down in that incident. I just hope everybody is okay in that one. Kane, we won't surmise. We'll bring you any information we get as soon as we have it. But at the front, it's Rueda, Munoz, and then Perrone possibly in line to take a first podium. There is a yellow flag, so you wouldn't be able to pass even on this last lap if you enter that final sector. So bear that in mind. You're going to need to get it done beforehand.
But they won't know that.
Exactly, they won't know it. Perrone, though, is up to 2nd place now. Here we go, out towards the bull corner, the flat left-hander, 90-degree corner. Is there any way through for the Argentine? This is remarkable from him. Came into this season completely unheralded, didn't even do Junior GP. And he's in the mix for winning the Dutch TT in his rookie season.
Yeah, in a perfect position.
But yellow flags in that final sector.
They're not going to be able to pass, and they're about to come into it.
About to come into the yellow flags. Just have a look on the outside of the track. We can't see where they might begin, but...
And at this speed, you can't see the yellow flag. Trust me, when you're slipstreaming someone and you're trying to pass to win a Grand Prix...
And Munoz has come through there. Perrone leaning on him, but was there a yellow flag? It's red flag. It's a red flag situation. And Munoz was passing anyway. The red flag has already gone out. It was already done. The race was run. It will go back a lap, I'm sure. That was Rueda, Munoz, Perrone across the line, but there's medics down in the chicane. It's the right decision.
Absolutely.
We said it straight away at that moment. Let's just hope everyone is okay in that incident.
Absolutely. In Munoz's defence, honestly, when you're in a last lap, you're that close. You are not looking, you are focusing so... Like, obviously, you are focusing so far on where you're aiming.
There is Luca Lunetta on the stretcher. They offered us a shot of that, which I'm not sure about, but Lunetta being taken away on the stretcher, which in my mind is good news.
Yes.
He's on the stretcher and they're taking him off the racetrack.
Exactly. If it was something incredibly serious, they'd be dealing with him there and then on the track. So.
Oh, we'll need to have a look at that again. It's sort of a bittersweet end to that race, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because that was ugly. That was ugly. But Valentin Perrone looks to have got his first podium in Grand Prix racing, and that's lovely from Alvaro Carpe, isn't it? To shake his hand at the end.
He doffed the cap, didn't he? I mean, Perrone, we've said it this weekend. He's looked incredible. Like you said, the fact that he didn't do the Junior GP, we didn't expect much from him. You were speaking to his crew chief, weren't you, at the start of the year, and they were like, we don't know if he's out of his depth a little bit.
That's what they said to us, didn't they?
Yeah.
So, Jose Antonio Rueda looks like we'll win from Munoz and Perrone. Look, we'll have a look at everything that's gone on, and when we come back for the break, hopefully we'll have some more information for you about everything that's happened on that penultimate lap there.
Entire cover bike and multi-bike insurance sponsors MotoGP championships on TNT Sport.
TNT Sports, powered by Endura.
Nice. Can I take some of this? challenge for Manuel Gonzalez. I thought he was a little out of sorts over the weekend. Not slow by any means, but not his level where he's led the way by 2-3 tenths of advantage in some sessions. But yeah, he's been beat up. The Moto2 riders have smelt a little bit of blood in the water, and they've really attacked him here in these early laps. But Joe Roberts passed him a few laps ago, and he's joined the front group.
This was the move from Canet on Moreira. It is a late one here, isn't it? It just goes through. There's no stopping in there.
Yeah, it is such a...
So we're being told Darren Binder has to drop a position, so something's gone on back there, having caused contact. That's not like Daza, is it? At all, so he's got to drop back. That's further down the order, though. It's Barry Baltus. He's had one time that he hasn't gone and taken his double long laps. You get 5 laps to complete them both.
Is it to complete both? I didn't realise. So 5 laps, that's a short window. He's probably going to have to take his first one now on this lap around. Sorry, the next as he starts it. Yeah, Baltus, that takes him out of contention, which is good for Jake. It jumps him up, but he can chase on. Roberts and Arenas have lost a little bit of contact with Onju, but I think they've got the speed to get back across. Yeah, and the thing there is, Jake Dixon, we know, is these are the weak laps for him, aren't they? He generally comes into a race, although in recent times, as Dennis Onju just had almost like he had extra gear there, didn't he? Had to go through, just carry more pace. On the inside, he goes through on Ortola. Moto3S, but Onju, he means business today. He does. I think he was a little close to the green there on the left. Oh, crasher in there. Alonso. Oh, dear. David Alonso, unfortunately, he was having a decent ride in the pack, and he's crashed out in the chicane now. Fastest rider on track, Michael, is Diogo Moreira. 35.5, that's in touch with the previous best as we turned up here this weekend. Now, let's have a look here at Barry Bottas. It's a long way round, but we saw early on this weekend when people taking those long laps. Not the most disastrous for Baltas. Did well. And so one of his 2 done there for the Belgian is still David Alonso in that deep gravel, or rocks as Marc Marquez called them earlier this weekend. He's beached in there. Yeah, Baltas back to 11th. He's got a gap with Holgado in front. I think he's got another one to execute. It's going to be tough for him to be in the top 5, but yeah, he's moment for Gonzalez. It's not working at the moment for Manuel. And he's under pressure here, isn't he? Daniel Holgado and Marcos Ramirez behind him. And Holgado comes through past Ramirez up into 9th. He's been excellent so far this year, the rookie. Obviously, even Ortola, the standout in this race, but Holgado consistently has exceeded our expectations at this stage of the season. And he's right in behind the championship leader. Let's have a look. Is there anything that Gonzalez, he's losing touch with Dixon here, which just doesn't seem right. Yeah, it certainly doesn't. From the form book so far this season, Manuel Gonzalez goes forward in every race. Always maintained such a good rhythm. Here's a move from Albert Arenas. Yeah, he's going to go through on Ortola. You did feel like throughout this weekend, he's a rookie, of course, did his lap tagging onto the back of Manuel Gonzalez, but nonetheless, this is valuable information. Ortola did win here in Moto3 last year, so he loves this place. Oh, Joe Roberts, that's a late one, isn't it, through turn 1, but he makes it through. Very similar to the move he pulled off on Manuel Gonzalez. Well, Jake's thinking about it. Yeah, Dixon thought, well, why not attack the wounded soldier in front of you there? And did he go back through? He did. Slid through, inside line, then cuts across. That was good from Dixon. Yeah, can't afford to waste another few corners behind. He sees the group. They are there. They're all within reach for Jake Dixon. We know he's got good rhythm in the latter lap, so it's important for him. Immediately attack Ortola, who is, unfortunately for him, slipping back through the order. And it's good for Joe Roberts again, isn't it? Ortola wanted to lay it on the top of him at turn 1, but Roberts was just forcefully coming through, and I thought we were about to get more of the same from Diogo Moreira, who is definitely feeling his way into this race. Yeah, with the pace that Canet's running at the front in the high 35s, it's fast, it's a good rhythm. Moreira doesn't need to push on too hard, so I thought he might sit tight behind Canet, but he's looking for an opportunity to pass the championship contender possible leader if things stay as they are by the end of today. Obviously, he's been so consistent throughout. Manuel Gonzalez has had a few off rounds, whereas Cannett's always chipping away at those points.
Yeah, he has topped 8th in every single race. In fact, 8th was the worst he's had. But, of course, he had that victory in Qatar, had another 3 podiums alongside that. He is Mr. Consistent, and we've seen that from Canet. And the way he talks as well, he talks about this is not, you know, we're not winning the championship here and now. He's been for the long haul, and I love the way that he is so confident with that. Joe Roberts trying to defend from Albert Arenas. He knew that one was coming from a long way off, and Roberts will try and switch back to the inside now to go back through underneath Arenas, but Roberts was briefly up into 4th. How good is it to see the Californian able to scrap at the front once more?
He's going to try and turn it on Arenas.
Oh,
he does
wow.
it nicely. Well done, Joe Roberts.
That's lovely.
You could see him trying to defend down the straight, edging across towards the pit wall. It must have been a back and forth at the Gert Timmer chicane, a compromised exit. They were side by side, but Albert Arenas had the line, and then Joe took the position back, had a beautiful move in the middle of turns 3 and 4.
Well, how good is it to see anyway? There's a yellow flag out on the course at the moment, so not quite sure what's happened there. At the front, Canet and Moreira, and then it's Onchu there in 3rd place. Joe Roberts and Albert Arenas just losing a bit of ground as they scrapped for 4th position. And then Jake Dixon has, well, Gonzalez has got onto the back of Dixon once more, so maybe settling into things.
It looks like whatever issues he's having, although
wide there.
Yeah, gave up a lot of time. He was right on Jake's rear tyre as he entered the corner, but just couldn't turn it in the middle of turn 9 in De Bolt. So yes, some issues.
Is it the temperature? Is it the difference in feeling? And he's just trying to manage things to the end of the race, because it is a hot pace at the front.
Yeah, the rhythm set by these lead 2 is pretty impressive. But yeah, hotter conditions today. Perhaps he hasn't set the bike accordingly. He doesn't usually have too many issues. Manu Gonzalez can normally rock up and settle a lap time that it takes the majority of the field all weekend to match. So yeah, just not looking as comfortable as normal here.
Dixon's got through an Arenas across the line, so he's now up into 5th place, and that's Arenas next on Gonzalez's hit list, and here he comes through at turn 1, and Arenas just going backwards at the moment. Oh, someone's gone down. We can hear in our headset. It's not one of the leaders, is it? We just heard someone sliding out. It's Barry Baltus. Barry Baltus, having done his 2 long laps, now he's crashed out, and I think it was at turn 1 perhaps for Barry. End of the race for the Belgian. That's disappointing for him. He'd done his double long lap. He was still in the points. He was battling with Senna Aegis, but unfortunately not to be today for him. This is it, down to turn 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, having to ride over his head a little bit to gain back. Pushed the front too hard into turn 1, and it just did not stay in under him. But the Belgian can hold his head high. He's had a good weekend. The crash in the yellow flag zone, obviously you get the penalty immediately. It was something he obviously didn't intend on doing. Oh, another crash for Jorge Navarro as well.
Yeah, he's gone out at turn 3. It's not in the yellow flag zone, will it? It's just been through the yellow flag, so it should be okay.
On the way through, Philip Salac was on track with him at the time, or it looked like Salac. Yeah, he is down in 23rd, so the Czech rider, after setting the pace on Friday practice, obviously feeling the ill effects from his big crash yesterday in qualifying.
His leg didn't look right, did it, when we saw it in that crash? Right, this is the battle for the lead. On board with Brazil's Diogo Moreira. And he's all over the back of Canet, sitting tight behind the Spaniard, who is dictating the pace of this race. They were both back into the 135s on that previous lap. Onchu, meanwhile, a 36.4, and then Joe Roberts, 36.2, Dixon, and now Gonzalez also. In fact, Gonzalez was the quickest of that chasing pack. Is he able now to get through on Dixon?
Yeah, it would suggest at the moment, looking at the lap times, that perhaps Gonzalez has enough rhythm to get back across. I think podium is possible today, perhaps, but yeah, these two just look like they can set, well, 36.0 both the last time around. Very, very consistent.
Philip Salac has come down pit lane, paying too much. We're not surprised at all. Had to be past fit this morning, and Philip, the Czech rider, is just going to have to rest up before we go to Germany in 2 weeks' time. Alonso Lopez has already had a track limits warning. We are not even at halfway stage of this race yet. You can just see holding onto his shoulder there, Philip, and look, he gave it a go, but not to be. That looks sore. So at the front, Canet and Moreira lead by 1.6 seconds over Denis Onchu. Then he's got another 1.2 back to Joe Roberts.
I think Onju could fall into the clutches of Roberts, Dixon, Gonzalez before the end of this race, but the lead duo, they just look so comfortable. Moreira, you can see the overhead shots. He seems to have a bike set up mid-turn speed. It's really impressive. He's looking at the rear wheel of Arancana all the time in the braking zone.
So you saying this is a bit Marc Marquez out front and Alex Marquez behind, like we saw in the sprint yesterday?
Yeah, very different dynamic. In Moto 2, obviously no aero, no wake out the back of the machine through the fast corners.
But I mean, Arancana's set up for late braking, perhaps. Corner speed. Ooh, Albert Arenas comes through on Ivan Ortola. That's what's going MotoGP later on. Meanwhile, here, still Canet and Moreira out front, nothing to choose between them. Moreira just appearing to sit tight. It feels like he could make a move, as Manuel Gonzalez does on Dixon now, and Dixon would do well to stick with the championship leader, or should I say current championship leader, because as things stand,
5 points.
Canet would be ahead by 5
on the live scoring, but yeah, you've got to hazard a guess that Gonzalez is going to pull back a few more. You've seen it the previous lap around as he entered turn 3. His Cadillac seems to turn a little bit tighter than Jake's Foscoscuro. 1 lap on, and he makes the move in that very part of the racetrack, and already he's gained a tenth and a half here on Jake, so he's got some rhythm. He's going to get across to Joe Roberts on this lap.
1:36.3 from him on the last lap. Do you think they had a benchmark lap time that Gonzalez is just trying to hit? You talk about how smooth he is now, consistent. This was where he just turned underneath Dixon there.
It's what he does so good on the Cadillac chassis with WP suspension. Yeah, I'd be surprised if it was a decision for Manuel to let those others attack him, but perhaps he didn't want to work his tyre too hard and was just getting attacked, then tried to push on and couldn't get the tyres to activate to work, and now it seems like he's settled into a really solid rhythm. The front runners, they're lapping again 36.0 for Canet. We arrived here, the lap record last year was 35.9 set by Sergio Garcia, and these two are pretty much on lap record pace every single lap around.
Yeah, they have been quicker, haven't they, in this race already. 35.5 Moreira did on lap 3. Moreira showed in Aragon when he was beaten to the line by half a wheel by Denis Onchu, just what he's capable of. Second place, of course, in Silverstone as well.
Neatly let it sing at the end of the straight into the Ruskin hook. Fast there on a Moto 2 bike as they go to lean angle at 100% gas, get a bit of spin movement from the rear, then it's back shifting all the way into third gear into the left-hander.
That's the Bolt, turn 9. Look at the banks of fans on the outside. So evocative, isn't it? Seeing those grass banks, the fans lining every single part, and now the grandstand all the way from here down to turn 1.
Yeah, pretty much lined all the way through this section.
Through Hoogerheide into the Ram's Hook. Turn 15 up towards the chicane. Is Moreira going to attack on this occasion? No. Where does he do it then, Michael, or does he wait? What would be your... There's no ship-to-shore radio, of course, in motorcycle racing.
No,
currently.
He will, yeah. Currently, they
what would you be saying to him if you were his team boss, though?
You'd be given the signal on the pit board now, so he's got a good margin, 2.7 seconds. You'd give him that +3, so he knows he doesn't have to worry about attacks from behind. He can focus on letting Canet do the work. Don't overuse your tyres at the moment. Just sit there, keep your powder dry, and then an attack over maybe the 2/3 distance is always one way to go if you feel confident. Go a little bit early in case of any red flag scenario, but yeah, watching Moreira race, he's just so comfortable in the battle.
Manuel Gonzalez through on Joe Roberts for 4th place.
A repayment of the move at turn 1 from earlier in the race.
And that's down there is a crash for Darren Binder. So he's helped away. That looks like it might be... Ooh.
That's Huertas, I thought
for a moment I did as well. That's in the Strubben, and Huertas has gone also in there. It is the classic front end just washing away. Saw them this weekend for Newman practice. Canet, Baltus, a few people all. It's like a couple of little bumps, aren't there? Just if you're just slightly wide.
Yeah, and you go to first gear, throw it in. You don't pull a lot of front brake, so the front tyre isn't overly loaded in there.
Is Manuel Gonzalez done here in this race? Just pointing out, he did a 35.9 on the last lap. The leader's 36.1. It's 0.2 of a second, but if he can continue to churn those out to the end of the race, and these two at the front, their pace does drop, it's not all done yet, is it?
No, we've seen a little drop over the last couple of laps, only a few tenths, now last lap around 36.4, but I think at 3.4 seconds, it's a little bit too much to ask for the difference in the lap times.
Gonzalez now is right on the rear of Denis Onchu. This is coming. There's less than a tenth between them across the line. Is Gonzalez going to throw it to the inside, down into the scrub? And yeah, you could see it coming. You could see him setting it up. And he's just so smooth as silk to get through. And now Gonzalez, having been down in 8th place in this race after a tough first couple of laps, he's back up to 3rd and back to level pegging with, Canet for the championship as Onchu. I thought he was threatening to lean on the top there through into the Ruskenhoek, but not to be.
Yeah, there's a ways to go here for Manuel Gonzalez. I think it's going to require either a bit of battling from the lead two, so a few mistakes, or a big drop in terms of the tyre performance and lap time. At the moment, last time around, there was only a 1/10 of a second between Manuel Gonzalez and the lead two. I don't think it's enough. We're halfway his distance, or just past it. Could it be that Manuel Gonzalez could potentially fight for this victory? I think it's a tall order, but never say never with Manu.
At the front, Canet and Moreira do battle for 3rd, then behind, 3.5 seconds behind is Gonzalez, Onchu and Roberts. Now, is Gonzalez able to be released? Is he able to close this gap that we've got? When they cross the line, still 10 laps to go in the Dutch TT, and Diogo Moreira is keeping Canet honest. He's not let the gap get to more than 0.2 of a second.
No, he is riding so close to his rear wheel. You can see there's a potential to pass into the last chicane on any lap. It looks like Moreira gets the run through turn 15. But yeah, very evenly matched around a lot of the circuit.
I wanted to listen to it on board in this part now, especially when they tip it into the Ruskenhoek.
All the way up through the box from first gear, exit of the Struben.
Back a couple as they come back to 3rd, through into the left-hander for the Ruskenhoek, then into the Steckenval. Behind, you can see Denis Onchu just running wide. He's under pressure from Joe Roberts and Jake Dixon now. It's a good run. I'm so pleased to be able to talk about Joe Roberts at the sharp end of a race. It's been a long road back. His injury, of course, the end of last year's, been something he's had to work hard at coming back from. His crew chief's off ill at the start of the year, so they've had to rejig things around in the team. My understanding is he is going to stay on with that team for next year. Has signed a deal with Etan Butbull to stay with the American racing team for another season. And, it's good to hear that Joe will be around. We'll still have an American in this championship here.
Yeah, and a solid, strong American with a good American team, and not wanting to jump ship as he did to this team. The Taltrans didn't quite work for him, and a return to American racing brought the best Joe Roberts we ever seen in the early rounds of last year, and injury and the woes at the end of the 2024 season. It's good to see him back on form now.
Yeah, and he has got through on Onchu now. Yeah, across the line, he's up to 4th place.
Jake's joining the scrap here. As Hodge said before the race, Jake's got top 5 pace. In 6th now, it looks like Onchu could well fall into his clutches, and then it's a potential battle for the last podium spot between Gonzalez, Roberts and Jake Dixon.
I have to say, looking at a couple of shots, I'm just trying to look in the top of the picture, because obviously we're seeing a lot of the front runners, of course, because there's nothing to choose between them, and you feel like a move is imminent. But at the moment, Moreira's just sat tight. Has he learnt his lesson from Aragon? But Dixon looked like he just can't finish off the corners in the same way. I was looking around the right-hander, and he's sort of drifted. That understeer problem looks like it's still there.
Yeah, certainly the Bosco Oscuro guys are complaining a little bit about lack of turning to match the Kalex chassis. We've seen some improvements over the last few weekends in Mugello, and again here this weekend at Assen, but it does seem like things have gone 180 from a year ago. This point last season, Sergio Garcia was leading the championship. Ayagura had just clicked it up a gear. The Bosco Oscuro was the bike everyone wanted to be on, but he'd never rule out Kalex. There's been some development going on over the winter, and it is the package to be on right now.
Yeah, where are the other Bosco Oscuros? You've got Ortola there in 9th. There's a yellow flag behind. You've got then Alonso Lopez is another couple of seconds back in 11th. It's good from Lopez considering, oh no! Dennis Onchu it is, who has unfortunately crashed out in the chicane. I panicked for a moment, I thought it was Manuel Gonzalez, but it was the orange of the Turkish rider who's crashed out.
Has he been helped?
Yeah, did he jump or was he pushed? No, I think just under pressure. Yeah, and just lost the front. He'll be okay after that one. Bumped and bruised, but Dennis Onchu pats himself on the head. Hey, look, he's had that win earlier this season. He's growing his stature. Another consistent ride towards the front, but just possibly a little bit too much today. You could see he was clinging on.
Yeah, the pace hasn't quite been there for Onju throughout the weekend. Another crash here, Yuki Kuni, the Japanese rider. Good to see he's okay there in Sector 3.
A lot of crashes now. We've only got 18 left in this race.
Yeah, it's been a slightly attritional Moto2 race.
From a field of 28, surely that's got to be down to conditions.
Yeah, it does get a little slick when the temperature goes up here in Assen, catching a few riders out, no doubt.
Still Canet leads. The gap has steadied between themselves and Gonzalez, so 3.8. Looks like Gonzalez is third at best, unless, Michael, unless something happens between these two. Diogo Moreira showed us in Moto3 that he is a scrapper. Aaron Canet looks like a boxer, built like a boxer, and he will not give up the fight.
And obviously these two had a last lap tussle at Mugello that Canet wasn't best pleased about. When we heard the podium interview, he was quite spiky about the move set by Moreira on the final laps, and afterwards Moreira's comments were it's all good fun, it's all great racing, but yeah, let's see if there's any needle between them. So far Moreira's, I think, wisely just sat in his slipstream, let Aaron Canet do the work, but obviously as these laps chip off, 6.5 to go now, I think Moreira's got a little bit more pace. You can see how
he looks like he's just saving his tyres a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, turning tight out of it to Struben, just using the draft to stay in touch. Could set up a move around the outside. He seems so comfortable in the draft of Aaron Canet. He could roll around the outside, make a move into Steckenval. He's got the similar move at Ramsden. Look again, he's all over the rear wheel.
All over the rear wheel, but choosing to sit there. You wonder if there might be a moment soon where Canet decides, look, I'm just going to roll off, I'm going to allow him. I need to have a look at him.
Yeah, Aaron does like to control from the front, and he's had an uncanny ability in the past. I'm talking the past before the victory, where he would give up the spot, but you look at the two now and you think Canet's going to scrap for it. He knows how to race for the victory, but yeah, just the signs I'm seeing from Moreira right now, he could be on for his first ever Moto2 victory today.
We love an all-out bonkers race like we had in Moto3, don't we? We love that sort of thing. But there's times in motorcycle racing that you love a head-to-head as well. You love to pit two riders against each other and see who can come out on top. And this is what we've got here with 6 laps to go in this race. It's Aaron Canet on the 44 at the front, Diogo Moreira, the Brazilian, on the number 10 behind him. And we are no closer to knowing which way the trophies will be handed out.
The Brazilian rider certainly taken a step up this season as we've returned to Europe. Every weekend he's in this podium battle, and yeah, he just looks so solid. I can only put it down to his dirt track background, how happy he is to ride as close to the rider in front. Something some riders could do. Nori Haga was one of them, would ride all over the rear wheel all race long, even when he doesn't need to, so he doesn't leave much room for error.
The gap has closed by 3/10 on that last lap for Gonzalez, so their pace has dropped at the front. Jake Dixon is the fastest of all of them at the moment. He's just done a 36.3 and he's on the right on the back of Joe Roberts now, so starting to show that consistent pace.
And Joe's only half a second off Gonzalez, so those three all within reach of that podium step, and Gonzalez will be watching his pit board, seeing the gap has stayed relatively similar at 3.6 it is back from Moreira to Gonzalez. He'd visually see them just up ahead, that little carrot dangling up in front.
3.1 now. 3.1 now as they come through the fast section. Just wonder if the pace, Canet is sort of managing the pace at the moment. He's like, look, I'm going to keep my time. I'm going to keep something left for the end of this race.
Yeah, it'll be the first lap where he's gained back half a second, and if it starts to be that swing of the pendulum where it's half a second per lap for Gonzalez.
Yeah, nearly 0.4 0.46 it was, as Dixon now comes through on the inside of Joe Roberts. Roberts topping it out on the outside, but Jake Dixon has gone up into 4th place now. Bit of late race pace for the Brit against the American. Again, he's had a few off races, hasn't he, Jake Dixon, qualifying down the order. This time he's been able to come through, but it's good to see. I'm pleased to see both Dixon and Roberts in these positions.
Yeah, solid race from Jake Dixon. It's been a tough couple of rounds, but we never... we didn't expect that Jake was going to struggle after such a strong start to the season, but it's just gone away setting wise, trying to improve the chassis at Bosco-Oscuro, trying to develop parts mid-weekend, which sometimes derails what your end goal is, and I think that has been the case. But yeah, this is a good return to form for Jake here in Assen.
So through the bull, and this is a sector it looks like Diogo Moreira is just that bit stronger, doesn't he? Through a lot of the fast corners. Looks like he can close the gap at will.
Yeah, very comfortable in behind. Cannett's pace has been good though, and not a single mistake. He will feel Diogo Moreira in his slipstream. You'll hear his engine in the braking zones. Look at Diogo all over the back of Aaron Canet here. This is where I think the pass will come. 4 laps to go now. I think he's perhaps sizing it up. He might get the pitboard signal that the gap is down to 3 seconds back to Manuel Gonzalez.
4 laps remaining in this race, 2.8 the gap now for Gonzalez. Another 3/10 he's taken away with 4 laps to go. Surely too little too late from him. But if something goes on here at the front, Michael, Gonzalez will be there ready to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, the lap time's still solid, 36.6 for the front two, 36.6 for Jake Dixon as well. It is only Manuel Gonzalez who's got 3 more tenths than the others in these latter laps.
Moreira again. He's sizing them up, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's like he's giving himself 15 options around the circuit
exactly.
of where I can go. I could go there.
Yeah.
I could go in there probably. Look how much pace I've got. I'll tell you what, I can run a wider line. And
he's looked so confident in so many areas of this racetrack, where he gets his bike to the outside of Aaron, setting up the move up the inside of the following turn. So I do think if it boils down to a last lap scrap, he's got all those options available to him.
And again, just closes right in on the rear.
Oh, little twitch for Aaron Canet. Full gas.
Now you feel like there's another option there for him. Perhaps. It would be a brave one. Again, Moreira right on the back. Still no way through. Canet late on the brakes. Go on, what's your reading, Michael?
Yeah, I think
Moreira just sitting there. Is Canet holding him off? Good on the brakes there, wasn't he? Down to the chicane.
With good on the brakes and a good exit onto the straight. But the middle part of the lap where Moreira on that onboard, it just looks like he's got superior turning, the ability to roll around the outside. You can see it again there. Canet just checking it up a little in turn 3, and Moreira a little bit more roll speed, cutting the inside curve there on turn 4.
Another 3/10 for Manuel Gonzalez, 2.5 seconds. It is going to be too little too late, unless there is contact here at the front. They had contact last time when we were in Italy. Score to settle from that one. 2.5 to go, and Canet still leading from Moreira. Then, in 3rd place, Manuel Gonzalez. Rounding out the podium positions, he's now got a second over Dixon, Roberts and Ramirez, who's actually still in that little group.
Yeah, good day for the OnlyFans American Racing Squad. Both Joe Roberts and Ramirez, their record, it looks like it will continue.
Well, let's not say it. I don't want to say it before the end of the race. Yeah. But what Michael is saying is they've been both good boys all year, shall we say. As Aaron Canet leaves Dalkasot, and on this run now through the Meer van Meer into Hogerheide. Again, Moreira has a look on the inside.
Okay, 2 laps to go. When does he start to show what he's got? Is it now? No.
Again, Canet so strong on the brakes down into the chicane. When does he do it? Does he save it there? Does he risk it to go right to the last corner? Do a full Dennis Onchu?
It might be the sensible thing to do when you've had a look at Aaron all race long. You haven't allowed Aaron to see what you've got. I don't know if he's going to go on this lap. It may well be the case.
Oh, Canett's had a moment, has he?
No,
or has he let him
I think
through?
he's let him through.
Yeah, just that foot off there. He wants to have a look at Diogo Moreira here. Now, you're Moreira, what do you do in this situation? And if you start playing around too much, guess who's lurking? Manuel Gonzalez isn't too far behind.
Yeah, these tactics are interesting from Canet. Obviously, Moreira, I think, has just got to drop the hammer. This is pretty fast. Try and just drop Aaron Canet over the last lap and a half.
Not give him a chance. Was that a wise move from Canet, or was it the wrong move to allow Diogo Moreira to take charge of this race with a lap and a half to go? On the brakes, it looks like Canet is strong, but through the flowing sectors, Diogo Moreira pulled 3/10 on the first part. Canet, though, when we get on the brakes down here, did the bolt. See now a few bike links between them. Wider there from Moreira. Bit wide, and that's brought Canet right back into it.
Moreira's pushing on. I still feel Canet did let him through, but on the previous lap into turn 3, it looked like he checked up a little bit. So perhaps the front tyre is, just giving him the wrong signal as he leans in there on the brakes. It is an easy corner to lose the front.
Well, we'll soon see, won't we, now here, because Canet's been strong down into the chicane throughout this race. Is he going to make a move? Is he going to pass him? Or is he going to save it to the last lap? That's where we're heading, through the chicane for the penultimate time. Here we go then. Final lap of the Dutch TT in Moto 2. There's never been a Brazilian winner in the intermediate class. Can history be made in this 100th anniversary of the Dutch TT? Or will Aaron Canet spoil Diogo Moreira's day from pole position? Moreira pushing on in this first sector. He is strong, isn't he? It's like stronger in the right-handers, and then in the left-handers, Canet looks that little bit stronger.
Yeah, could have been a smart move from Canet, just giving himself a look at Moreira. That is Ortola. After a solid race day for him, he'd been slipping back, but was on for a top 10 with it. He's sitting in 9th place when he crashed out.
Diogo Moreira pushing on again in that sector. He pulls another 3/10 on Canet. Canet, if he's going to make a move, it's got to be right at the chicane on this last lap through the Stecker bar for the final time. Wide, though, from Moreira, carrying so much speed through there. And Canet will be able to close the gap down towards the Bult.
Canet was fully committed into Steckenval. The rear was sideways on approach. He's got to get himself within striking distance here. This is where Moreira has been good. The double rights, but he's there. He should get the draft through the Hoga Heide.
Are we going to witness some history as Diogo Moreira sets off on the run to the line? The Brazilians are in the house, ready to celebrate with him as we come through for the final time. Hoga Heide into the Ramshoek. Is Canet going to be close enough for one last lunge in this race down towards the final chicane? Defensive from Moreira. Is it going to be enough for the Brazilian? Canet will have the little extra spurt towards the line. Moreira is clean. They're side by side. Moreira has done it finally. The Brazilian takes victory in Moto 2. A little confident celebration as he takes the victory from Aaron Canet in second. Manuel Gonzalez is third across the line. But Moreira looked like he just had that in hand, Michael.
Yeah, he got to look at him all race long, and when it came down to it, he just had it all under control, closed all the doors in the last lap, very protective. Thought it out perfectly. Yeah, well done, Diogo Moreira.
Yeah, big shake of the hand from Jake Dixon there. He picked up a good result with 4th place across the line, ahead of Joe Roberts, back in the mix in 5th today. But the first ever Brazilian to win in the Moto 2 class. He's got a big future ahead of him as Diogo Moreira, touted from MotoGP in the future. We'll have all the reaction to that brilliant win from the Brazilian when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Entire Cover Bike and Multi-Bike Insurance sponsors MotoGP Championships on TNT Sport.
4th pole of the year. Alongside him, Pecco Bagnaia, who showed he was up for the fight in Italy. And similar to there, he's been the winner here for the past 3 years. And then there's Alex Marquez, of course, who was arguably quicker than his brother in the sprint, just unable to pass. Marco Bezzecchi's got pace, as did Gian Antonio. Viñales further back. The tyres are a bit of a gamble as we step into the unknown. Track temperatures higher than they've been at any other point this weekend, Neil Hodgson. How do they beat Mark?
How do they beat Mark? Well, it's thankfully Mark's on the second row of the grid. You've to hope he gets a bad start. Yesterday he got a superb start, so they have to get in front of him. The riders you've just mentioned, they have got similar, if not better, race pace. Can they do it? I'd have to say probably not.
Harder option tyres being put in for lots of the motorcycles. I noticed Fabio Quartararo hanging right back. He'll be last to join the grid, hoping that they're just a couple of degrees more will give him a little bit of something as he lines up on the grid at the front of the race. A little bit of canny tactics.
Yeah, we've seen him do that a few times recently. So small things that can make a little bit of a psychological difference.
Marginal gain for
yeah, absolutely.
Fabio Quartararo, quite possibly. Can Pecco Bagnaia do? Disastrous, really, in the sprint. He said, look, for me, it was just how the sprint is this year. Yeah. In race trip, this is his favourite track. Can he do it?
I'm going to say probably not. I think he's got the pace for third, but I'd be shocked if this man Bagnaia won. I mean, look at that. That's his record. He is so good round here. He's just not looked that good this weekend, and yeah, the sprint it was a very average 5th place. Has this magnificent layout tattooed on his arm. Look at that.
It is superb. Over 200,000 fans here over the weekend. They say record crowd, maybe in the MotoGP era, because I tell you, they've been crowds bigger than that on a race day here in the past. But in the MotoGP era, good to see these grandstands full. No Dutch rider in the top class, and yet still they turn up in their droves. It's going to be hard for us to pick out these Yamahas because all 4 of them look the same. I think we can be pretty certain, though, the one at the front will be Fabio Quartararo up towards the sharp end. He's on pole for the 4th time this year. Alongside him, Bagnaia and Alex Marquez. Marc Marquez starts on row 2. It is Grand Prix Sunday at the Cathedral of Speed. 100 years of the Dutch TT at Assen, and a stacked few front rows ready to go at it around this famous old venue as we are underway. Look at the launch from Bagnaia. He was past that Yamaha before it even got going. Fabio Quartararo's dropped 4 positions already, but that was a great launch from Bagnaia. Alex Marquez really strong on Marc at the inside as he goes through into second place. That was forceful from Alex Marquez. He takes second from his brother, but it's Bagnaia leading.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what Bagnaia needs further back. Was it Morbidelli who had a massive slide in turn 1 and nearly went down?
He's somehow recovered, and there he is, just lines up behind that Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi, who's lost the spot. It's Bagnaia from Marquez. And again, is that Ralph Fernandez again? No, it's Ayagura
this time. What a weekend he's had. It's just been an absolute nightmare. Crashed on Friday and completely wrote a bike off when it set on fire.
And that was Oliveira, I think, who might have been out there with him. Hard to tell with all the Yamahas looking the same. At the front, Bagnaia leads then. This is what we wanted to see. Oh, Miguel Oliveira's lost the screen of his bike. That might be race done as far as Oliveira is concerned. So,
and was Oliveira taken out? You wouldn't be surprised if the answer to that was yes.
How many times have you said that about Oliveira?
Yeah, the most unlucky rider in MotoGP ever.
So this is the part of the racetrack yesterday that Alex Marquez was so strong at, and again, you can see him just pulling away from Marc Marquez through the pass right hand, and look at this, he's side by side. He thought about going through there on Pecco Bagnaia, thought better of it, just as he did yesterday.
I'd have smiled if he'd have passed Bagnaia. Yeah. He'd have gone, hang on, why didn't you do that yesterday? That'd have been like the worst thing he could have done.
Exactly, that was what was going through my mind as Marco Bezzecchi now comes through on Fabio Quartararo. Disastrous opening lap then for the Yamaha once more, and he drops back to 5th place across the line. Bagnaia leads, and now Marc alongside his brother down towards turn 1, and he just levelled him. He levelled him all the way. Race with red flags. What was that saying at the top? No, I think that's just an error.
Yeah,
pretty sure it's an error message. Yeah, I think nothing on our timing panel.
No, I think what must have happened is Alex Marquez might have outbraked himself slightly into that chicane because he must have got a really slow exit because Marc was alongside him in the braking zone.
So he has to do it again, Alex. He's fed up of seeing the backside of his brother in front of him on track this year, and he needs to find a way through.
Yeah, he's done a few laps behind him this year. That is fair to say.
No further action. They've had a look at that Oliveira Agura incident, no further action taken. Oliveira has just come down into the pits.
Big wobble for Marc Marquez there as he got on the throttle through turn 7.
Quartararo's now behind Acosta and Morbidelli, so a really tough opening couple of laps for Fabio Quartararo. It felt like he had the pace, but he's just dropping backwards as things stand on lap 2. It's Bagnaia from Marc Marquez, a bit like we had back in Italy there. Marc Marquez made a decisive move, but we had a bit of toing and froing over those opening laps. Has he got the front end he needs to be able to outbrake Marc Marquez, which is where Marc had the strength yesterday?
Yeah, and this is the strong part for Marc, this fast penultimate corner, the left-hander. He carries a lot of corner speed through that corner, and he's really good on the brakes into the final corner.
Oh, here comes Marco Bezzecchi.
Great move.
He's up for it today, isn't he, Bez? And into the podium positions on the Aprilia. Now, Pedro Acosta lining up Alex Marquez. This is a really good start to the race for Acosta. So, Bagnaia from Marquez, Bezzecchi in 3rd, Alex Marquez 4th, Acosta in 5th, and then Morbidelli there in 6th, and up for the fight, clearly.
One thing we did see from Bagnaia earlier this weekend, the bike looked like it was pulling more normal shapes on corner entry on the braking zone, heavy braking zones into turn 1. He has looked a little bit more comfortable, and to be honest, I was slightly shocked with the very poor 5th place in the sprint race. So,
but as he says, that's the sprint performance. Gets that fuel tank on, the smaller one, in the sprint race, and the balance just goes. He doesn't have any front feeling, can't fight back when people go past him. Well, today he made a decisive start. What a launch it was, by the way. About 20 metres down the road, and he's leading.
Do you know what? But and for Marc, both the factory Ducatis, and they're constantly tweaking and working with their launch control, trying to get the bike lower off the start. I mean, literally, the belly pan is sat on the ground, right, in that position. But whatever they've done, whatever they've tweaked, it looks like at the moment the factory Ducatis start the best. What's this?
Look at it.
Look at that. Look at that. I mean, that's incredible, isn't it?
And that's where Alex held on for position. This is on board. Just having a look at Fabio Quartararo behind in the launch, obviously on that Yamaha. Just not
watch this slide. Watch this. Morbidelli. There you go. That was one out of the seat.
Yeah,
we're going to see the incident between Oliveira and Ayagura.
Oh, it was one of those. It was a concertina effect, and poor Ayagura. Oh, just helped out there. Oh, here we go. Here's a little lunge for Pedro Acosta, and look at that from Alex Marquez. There will be a little bit of the KTM's rubber on his left arm and leg there because he hung it out.
It is the nature of that part of the track. If you're going to make a pass, there's always a little bit of contact. It is I'll tell you what, Acosta, he got that a little bit wrong there through that flat-out kink. I think he might have lost the front a bit. That cost him a bit of time.
Lorenzo Savadori's crashed out. We said they'd be busy, those marshals down at the Strubben, and already in this race they've had their work cut out.
It's a shame for Savadori because he's had a much better weekend. He's been closer to his teammates on time.
He was 16th in this race. You know, it's been really, really positive. And
in front of Binder.
With all the talk at the moment about Jorge Martin and the future, you know, the Aprilia just looks so much better. Look where the Hondas are. Juan Mir down in 10th. Marco Bezzecchi, meanwhile, up in 3rd. We're on board here with Alex Marquez now. Can he find a way through? Look how much Pedro Acosta, how tight he is on entry into the corners.
Oh, I was going to say, don't try that one, Alex. So you're way too far back to do a lunge. Look at that, if you don't get a good exit out of there, look how much time you lose. Yeah. Alex Marquez in the back then was having to weave because he was trying to block and defend. Surely
Acosta goes wide here. His rear wheel was off the ground, dropping down into turn 1, but somehow brings it back. And again, he's back to that Pedro of turning early into the corners.
Like way earlier, though. Like meters earlier, not a subtle amount.
You know, he said this weekend, I need to ride a bit more like Maverick Vinales, be a bit more smooth out on the motorcycle. I don't know, it just looks like his race mode, Pedro, has been engaged.
I'll tell you what, it's pleasing to see Bagnaia lead and look smooth. Let's hope he can start to rebuild some confidence because he sort of look like a broken man.
I will say we're at that point though, aren't we? 4.5 laps down where Marc Marquez will start to be feeling it a little bit more.
Hey, watch this move, Pedro. Look at that. Talk about having your pocket picked. Look at that. That's a great shot of it.
Onboard cameras giving the best seat in the house of the battle between Pedro Acosta and Alex Marquez. And again, Acosta just struggling to hook it up there.
Yeah, the number one complaint, that is the KTM complaint still, is that grip out of those sorts of corners where you're accelerating hard. Just, you can see the bike moves more than the Ducati. Here we go.
Here comes Marc Marquez then. And it's that strong part he's got at the moment. He says, I am the latest on the brakes on the Ducati. I am the best in braking. And he has taken charge right at the stage we said would be coming to his own. Does Bagnaia, is he able to get through at the hardback? Marquez was so deep there. There was nothing Bagnaia could do.
No, Bagnaia positioned himself absolutely perfect. I thought he was going to go for it.
Can he find a way through? The question, I think, for Marc Marquez was, I've got Bezzecchi behind. He might be liable to do something. I need to make a move here. And Bezzecchi looked, didn't he? He had a look then, and Alex Marquez returns the favour to Pedro Acosta. Wow! Pedro is on. Alex is down. Drew the kink out of the Strumman there. He's being leaned on by Pedro Acosta and Alex Marquez. Just a handlebar hooked up.
No, you're not going to believe what it is. It's the front wheels come off the ground, and when it's come down, he's got the front wheel crossed up, and you lose the front. It's a really strange crash. It can happen. But
Over the curves on the inside there, we see that the front wheel just come off the ground ever so slightly, but with the contact with Acosta just leaning on him, not giving way whatsoever.
Yeah, normally when you're on the outside, you're the guy who's going to lose out, but let's watch it again. I hope he's okay.
He's fast and he's holding something. He's holding something there is Alex Marquez. Pedro Acosta fastest lap of the race on that last lap, but we're going to have to see what happened there again.
We did say before the start of this race, you've got riders that have got the same, if not better pace than Marc Marquez. We weren't exaggerating. Yeah, we definitely need to see that again, that incident.
I thought Bagnaia again was going to think about going through on Marc Marquez. He's got to now ride defensive as he did yesterday, because all over the back of him is his teammate Pecco Bagnaia. Pecco pulls out. Is he going to have a move down into turn one? He can't, and Joan Mir's crashed out again in the meantime.
It's hard to believe.
With Aldeguer. They're side by side, so they've had a coming together. Wow, what an attritional start to the race here. Alex Marquez, second in the championship, has crashed out. Pecco Bagnaia at the Strumman. Wow.
I thought that was going to be two factory Ducatis on the floor then. That was close.
We've seen it so many times in the past. As we head down to the Ruskenhoek now, through turn 6. 5th gear through there, and then back a couple into 3rd. As they ride through the Ruskenhoek into the Steckenball. Alex is holding his wrist there, is it?
Good. Let's have a look at this.
Look at Pedro on the outside.
Yeah, so, and he's leaning on him, and then his front wheel comes up, watch this, look, and then as it comes down...
Different speed.
Is it hooked on the front brake? So it comes down and it's locked. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is exactly that. I think what's happened, even though you've got front brake protector, I think he's rubbing and he's probably moved the protector, and it's caught the front brake and it's locked. Keep behind his front brake. Keep behind the front brake. Get ready. It's going to touch there, right on his leg.
That was
it. The front, down you go.
Sound effects provided by commentator. As Marc Marquez leads, there is nothing to choose between this front 5. It's Frankie Morbidelli at the back on the 21. On the 37, we ride on board with Pedro Acosta. The 63 is Pecco Bagnaia on the second of the red Ducatis, and Marc Marquez out front on the 93, leading the way in this one. The pace much slower than it was in yesterday's sprint.
Frankie Morbidelli looking comfortable back there, sort of closing in.
Here we go with Pedro Acosta trying to line something up, was he?
He was.
Pedro's feeling it today.
He is.
Hard front tyre will be something he'll be much happier with in his bike.
And the beauty of this situation is no one's got any mileage on these tyres. No one's got a great setup. It's a rider's circuit. We've said it all weekend. That's why everyone loves Assen. It's not a computer designed track. It's not a ride-out track where you're using that all the time. It's not the person who's got the best bike wins round here. The rider can make the difference.
We saw that wobble on from on board, didn't we, when they tipped into the Ruskenhoek. Here we go again. On board with Pedro Acosta, looking at the rear of Marco Bezzecchi's Aprilia. Looking back now from Marc Marquez at Bagnaia. Is Bezzecchi going to be able to throw a move on his pal Bagnaia? as Alex Marquez heads into his
Here we go.
motorhome. Here we go for Bagnaia being taken by Marco Bezzecchi, and in doing so that will just affect their exit down towards turn 1, and Pedro Acosta is lurking.
He is.
Here comes Pedro. You just imagine him going for it straight away, but he's not able to do so. This is fantastic. Now, can Bezzecchi set about Marc Marquez? If there's one person who will have no qualms about riding through Marc Marquez, it's Marco Bezzecchi.
Absolutely. Bezzecchi's looked fast all weekend. It's going to be a mistake from Fabio, I'm guessing. Oh, no, this is the crash from Aldeguer. Poor Quartararo.
And obviously Mir then as well.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I tell you what, Joan Mir's lucky then to walk away from that one.
What a weekend we've had for crashes. We've had so many crashes.
Oh, that was horrible to watch, but hopefully both Aldeguer and Mir are okay, as well as Alex Marquez, who's heading to the medical centre. Only 17 runners in this race, and one of them is Miguel Oliveira, who has been through the gravel and then damaged his bike.
Pedro is looking comfortable there. He's going to want to get through.
Of course, we saw him looking a little bit better a couple of rounds ago in Aragon when he took 4th. But this is the best we've seen from Pedro all year,
By far. And you can't believe what a different character Pedro is this year. He is gloomy, he's stressed. He's not the character we know.
Is he going to have a go? Of course he is. No hesitation from the Shark. And through he goes to pass Pecco Bagnaia and make it 3 manufacturers on the podium. 3 different manufacturers, the Ducati and Marc Marquez, the Aprilia and Marco Bezzecchi, the KTM, I'm pleased to say, of Pedro Acosta, and then behind Pecco Bagnaia on his factory Ducati. And this is the thing actually for Bagnaia, when he gets in people's wake, he's being able to fight back. Yeah, he sort of looks like he loses his rhythm a little bit as well at this point in the race. Just keep your eye out for Fabio Di Gianantonio. He's in 7th, just set the fastest lap of the race. He's about a second off the back of Viñales. Also Viñales has come forward. He's closed the gap on the front group. And Ea Bastianini is in 9th there to Brad Binder in 10th. The KTM's coming forward in this race. All of them in the top 10. Meanwhile, if you're Jorge Martin, you're sat at home, you've got the world's biggest mess about to blow up around you with what's happening with the contract situation with Aprilia for next year. Lawyers are going to get involved. It's going to get expensive. It's going to get really messy. And you're watching your teammate that you know you're better than battle Marc Marquez. He's already won in Silverstone as Bez, and he's about to win today, I think. He looks like he's got much better pace. We saw that yesterday, didn't we, with Alex Marquez closes in again, and that's where the Aprilia strong through the fast corners. Marc Marquez himself through the left-hander strong. You feel like that the nervous front end of that Aprilia might be that's its weak part, isn't it? And that's where Marc is strongest. Yeah. And that's where you're going to make the moves here. Absolutely. Marc's strong in the braking zones, and also we are going to get tyre life. The Aprilia is a little bit more aggressive. Yesterday as well, Lorenzo Savadori did cop a penalty for tyre pressures. Another thing just to bear in mind with the elevated temperatures here today. We are on our 11th lap now of this Grand Prix, so still just under 16 to go, 15 and a half pretty much, and we're on board with Marco Bezzecchi. Everyone in the front group on the same tyres, and it is a front group of 6. We're 7 now because Di Gianantonio's closed in. You look there at the Aprilia with Marco Bezzecchi. I mean, the thing's lock to lock through turn. Marc is at the moment through the Steccaval there, just had a little slip. Oh, I just thought he might running a little bit wide. That'll be encouragement, won't it, though, for Bezzecchi? Yeah. Yeah, and Digi in the back of shot. He's closing in. He's 2 or 3 tenths a lap quicker than Marc Marquez at the front. I'll repeat it again. Marc's race pace is slower than most of the people around him, but he fights his way to the front. He's hard to pass on the brakes. He's wide through these parts of the track, so he sort of blocks a little bit. Here we go with the Marco Bezzecchi. Had a thought, but he got a wobble on, didn't he? Wobble on. The Aprilia is heavy. We know that as well. The change of direction there, it got a bit nervous. And the thing is, then when you do pop out, the turbulent air then appears, doesn't it? And it upsets you when you're on the lean. 5th gear coming through there. No, thank you. Fastest lap again, Fabio Di Gianantonio. How much tyre is he going to use?
is the question.
Doing that. But it worked in Italy, didn't it?
Yeah.
But he's had to fight his way back in this race, having started 8th, dropped back at the start, and now he's starting to come forwards.
He's smooth as well, he's Fabio, isn't he?
Oh! I just thought there on the change.
Then.
Yeah, it made me nervous as well.
You made yourself nervous?
Yeah.
I mean, Bez is like desperate to get past. Watch how nervous the Aprilia is through this part of the track. Look at it.
Look at it.
It's like got a hinge in the middle.
Still Marquez leads down to turn 8. The Steckenwald banked on the inside. And again, have you just seen that? That's a couple of times now.
Yeah.
Just a little bit wide in there. Is that a sign of things to come? Just in a few of those right-handers where he admits, you know, it's not his strong suit, Marc Marquez just gone a little bit wide on occasion. Is that all part of the management strategy? Again, Marco Bezzecchi riding right in behind Mark here. He's winding it up.
Saw one line through that part of the track on a MotoGP bike. Mark's so good on the brakes into this part of the track, so if you have a go at passing him, you're probably going to run off the track. That's the reality. And then it's good out of here. Every lap is Mark, and then you've got another lap.
You've got a Costa on your rear wheel, who's just done a personal best lap on the previous lap, you know, so you do make the slightest mistake and you might lose 1-2 positions. Marc Marquez has found his pace at the moment for 32.7, and while the others behind might be that much quicker, they cannot get through. 2.2 seconds cover the top 7, 1 second covering the top 4. So we are just about at the halfway point of this race at the end of this lap.
And to put it into some perspective, so Mark's just done a 32.7. In 14th place, Alex Rins has just set his fastest lap at 32.6. It's a strange weekend. No one's got that, like I said, optimum setup, really.
Raul Fernandez, 32.4. Yeah. Fastest rider on that last lap. You know,
Maverick's coming as well.
No one had time, did they, to get their bike set up this weekend. Cold conditions, lots. Oh, huge wobble on there for Bezzecchi. It's in those fast, well, changes the direction.
Just it looks nervous, doesn't it?
We're all having a few moments here or there.
Yeah, well, like I say, we're at that point now where it's the voyage of unknown. What the tyres are going to feel like, are they going to last? No one's done any laps on the hard front all weekend. And round this track, you need a front tyre underneath your front tyre. It's so front-ended, the fast kinks. Yeah, I tell you, he's gained a lot on this lap as Mark.
Still no closer to knowing who's going to run out victorious in this race, because Marc Marquez has just set the fastest lap of the race at the front, half race distance, and he's just put in a 1:32.2, and this is what he's been doing this year, getting quicker as the race goes on. Manages, and then he's decided to go for it. Still behind last year's best race lap. Again, we will point out they've not had a lot of laps on these tyres this weekend to get the bike set up. Viñales now all over the back of Morbidelli, as is Di Gianantonio. But Morbidelli did a personal best lap on the last lap. Still, Bagnaia can't get back in front of Acosta. Gap up to half a second at the front. Gap behind, standing at nearly half a second between Bezzecchi and Acosta. Oh, what Jorge Martin would give to be on the Aprilia now. They're in second place. They wouldn't be trying to get out to Honda if that had been the situation, I guarantee that.
It's been a really strange weekend for Honda. The last 2 weekends, they've just gone missing again, haven't they? I was looking at Aleix Espargaro. I'm slightly surprised how poor Aleix has been. He's had a couple of wild cards and he's just been nowhere, really. I actually did think he'd be a little bit faster. So, back with Chantra battling with him.
Marco Bezzecchi's closed on Marc Marquez on this lap as he pushed on the pace. Here comes Bagnaia then. Here he goes into the chicane. Bagnaia of old on the brakes, and through he goes on Acosta. Has he got something in the tank here, Pecco Bagnaia, as Marc pushes on the pace at the front. Marco Bezzecchi's responded brilliantly to Marc Marquez. It took him a little bit, didn't he, to get his rhythm, catch his breath after that little moment, but Bezzecchi back on it. And now Bagnaia, does he feel like he's got something in the latter stages here today? It's good to see him coming forward.
Yeah, what he needs now is for Acosta not to dive bomb him and cost them both time, just as that gap's just gone up a bit.
out of the Strubben, through the little kink, down towards the Ruskin hook. Quick back 2 gears for the left-hander, and into Steckenval. Behind, here comes Maverick Vinales. It's a favourite around here, isn't it?
These two get on quite well, don't they, Gav?
After last week, you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah, not on each other's Christmas card list. I thought Digi was about to kick a man while he was down and try and go through. This is the battle for 5th place between Maverick Vinales on the 12, Frankie Morbidelli on the 21, and his teammate Fabio Di Gianantonio. Digi's got the pace of the front runners, but again, his start has cost him. So Marquez has stretched them, but he's not been able to break them. We said, didn't we, a couple of moments ago, the front 7 were covered by 2 seconds. That's suddenly gone out to 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's the last 2 laps on Mark. Stretched it ever so slightly.
Yeah, he's responded 32-4. Fastest lap of the race now for Francesco Bagnaia.
Finally, he's back.
Good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, really good to see.
Costa grabbing onto his coattails, though, as he came round. It was almost identical lap time. Costa's trying to line up a move here. He wants his first taste of podium champagne for the year. It's not going to be in the Strubben on this occasion. So Bagnaia responds. It was Marquez with a 32.2, then Bezzecchi with a 32.2, and now Bagnaia with a new record of a 32.2. Acosta's just done one as well. This front 4, hard to choose who will run out victorious in this race. At the moment, you say it's between Marquez and Bezzecchi.
Yeah, I'm not ruling any of these top 4 out at this point. 10 laps to go, 11 laps to go, sorry.
Also, because if there is a move, it's probably going to have to be a hard one.
It is, and it's going to cost you time.
Because he's not going to outbrake Marc Marquez, is he?
No.
So he's going to have to do it in a fast part.
Absolutely.
New aero on Marc Marquez's bike. You can just see the wider scoops on the side pods.
There's always a chance into turn 5. Mark's quite defensive into there, but if you can get close enough, you can use the old can opener move.
That's the chicane, isn't it? That's where Mark is so strong.
So strong.
Bagnaia again. He's coming back at Bezzecchi.
What Mark does well at that chicane is a demon on the brakes. He doesn't lose any time in the middle of it. Like sometimes when you brake too late, you end up where you scrub off too much speed. He's like the fastest into it. In the middle, he's not that quick, but he fires out and uses the strength of the Ducati. Look, they're all getting closer together.
Yeah, on the last 3 laps, Bagnaia has been quicker than Marc Marquez. Problem is, he's going to have to pass twice to get to the front of this race, and even once is not going to be easy now. 9.5 remaining in the Dutch TT. 100 years of racing here, and we're being served up another classic. Can anyone attack Marc Marquez? He looks like he's having another little push here on this lap.
Yeah, he does, I thought that. He's had a couple of goals, hasn't he? He's not quite, he'll be keeping his eye on his pit board, he'll be well aware of that gap.
Of course, Marc Marquez, 2 MotoGP wins previously in Assen, 2014 and 2018. One of the greatest races of all time, that race.
You know, he gets the gap up to nearly half a second, and he loses 2/10 every time round that. Those 2 right-handers at the back of the track. We saw it in the sprint race. He's so weak through there, Mark.
But then...
And then he fires it out of there again. His fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, 32.3 now from Marc Marquez.
Here we go, look at that. Oh,
beautiful. See, on that occasion, that's where the Ducati looks a lot more stable, doesn't it, than the Aprilia did. But that's what we've seen, though. Usually the Aprilia in those kinds of fast corners is really stable, but doesn't look like it here. A bit wider on that occasion for Marc Marquez. Yeah, it's himself a little bit of room.
It's a late apex, but if he continues to use that line, he is definitely leaving himself vulnerable for a dive bomb. But as it stands, Bez is not quite close enough.
He was matched by Bezzecchi on that last lap, Marc Marquez, a 1:32.3 from the pair of them. Bagnaia was a 1:32.6, still being kept honest by Pedro Acosta in 4th. Maverick Vinales now 3 seconds back He's in 5th, but looks like he hasn't got the pace to battle for the podium today. Unless something happens up front here. So good to see the Aprilia in the mix. Who's your rider of the race? Take a pic of that QR code.
Yeah,
vote.
You should look at that Aprilia. Me and Sylvain was in pit lane, just stood there drooling over the latest aero that behind the rider attached to the seat. It is absolutely gorgeous.
It's a seat wing, isn't it?
Yeah,
got in there.
So I know they're all hand-built, bespoke motorcycles, but you look at the Aprilia and it just looks that bit more. It just looks even more special. It's an incredible looking bike.
Yeah, that was better from Bagnaia, wasn't it? That was much more like the old Bagnaia. The way it just, you know, he had the rear stepping out, but it was all under control down into turn one.
You know, the kickback we were seeing quite a lot in Mugello still, which pushes the front and you end up missing the apex ever so slightly.
Mark was much more defensive on that occasion through there. Pedro riding so close to the rear wheel again of Bagnaia. And again, the Ducati just lays down the power that much better than both the Aprilia and the KTM. Marquez versus Bezzecchi and Bagnaia versus Acosta. Who's looked after their tyres the best? That's the question we're starting to ask now, with 7.5 remaining. This is the moment with Acosta and Alex Marquez, where it just looks like the front brake was caught.
And that's why so you have got that little protector on your front brake, but I think it's been nudged out the way in the initial contact. So
it's a big hit, that, isn't it?
Big hit.
Could easily be a collarbone. Gap opening up to Bagnaia once more. Marco Bezzecchi is keeping Marc Marquez honest. What a sprint here. He's won an only sprint here win a couple of years ago. Now what's happened between Morbidelli and Di Giannantonio? Digi shaking his head.
So did Morbidelli cut the chicane there? If he did, he'll
have to lose a second.
Yeah. And if he doesn't, it'll be quite bizarre. Let's have a look.
Well, he just lays the bike over the top, and he does. That's a shortcut. So when you've gone the other side, you have to lose a second. Morbidelli's about to get a drop of position or worse. Could be a long lap penalty, that one. Okay, so just settling down a little bit now. This is further back. Enea Bastianini in 9th, Brad Binder in 10th, ahead of Fabio Quartararo, who just got back in front of Jack Miller. Miller was ahead of Quartararo, ever so briefly. Alex Rins at the back of the group, just behind Johan Zarco. That's Miller ahead of Zarco. Miller's pace on that last lap suggests his tyre might be going. Slowest of the group. Quartararo works his way back in the race. At the front, the gap is still at 0.18 of a second. And if it's like that, you'd think, top left of your screens, Bezzecchi will have a go, won't he, on the last lap?
I think so, yeah.
There's the battle for 6th between Morbidelli and Di Giannantonio, back together again. I just wonder if that will be a penalty for...
I would have thought
the other side of the green. It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Let's go the other side of those green and the with the white chevrons, or the white triangle. Sorry. Here we go again and again.
Did you thought about it?
Yeah. Currently under investigation. That one. I mean, there'll be the argument that he's been
forced off there, but
he also laid it in.
And you know the rules, and so you know that if you cut the chicane, you've got to lose.
Long lap penalty has come up. Track limits warning has come up for Marc Marquez, but long lap penalty for Frankie Morbidelli. We thought it was coming, and it is.
Like, he knows the rules, so it's a really strange one that he did.
Well, instead of losing a second, you lose 3 seconds now.
Yeah, you're just like...
But not losing 1 second in that sector.
Really strange.
So Marquez has got a track limits warning here, Neil. That makes things interesting, doesn't it?
It makes it really interesting because one of the
chicane.
places you tag it is the chicane, exactly. So now he has to be careful. You have to pull it a fraction back from the limit. And I tell you what, Bez, as you can see in the top left hand of the screen, he is all over him in the braking zone.
Again, Digi won't know that Morbidelli has got a long lap, and he's done it again. Not a shortcut this occasion, but he's got onto the green. But he won't know that Morbidelli's got a long lap penalty.
Has Digi got a bit of an old school, like iridium visor on?
Yes.
That show. It's quite
he put something out to bring back the iridium.
Yeah, that's good to see.
So Morbidelli takes his medicine.
He's done a few this year, hasn't he, Morbidelli? He likes the old long lap penalty. At least he did it clean this weekend.
Call it the Morbidelli loop. At the front, Marc Marquez, despite that track limits hanging over his head, just improved his lap to 1:32.5 from both he and Bezzecchi on that last lap. Bagnaia a little bit quicker, 32.4. And Macosta just feeling the pace now. Further back, Miller has been pushed back to the back of that group, behind Rins now. As Quartararo's coming forward, he's up to 10th.
I know you're going to laugh at what I'm going to say, but I think Mark would take a second place here. Oh, look, he's going to fight, he's going to do everything he can. Of course he is. But with his brother out, obviously second in the championship, we've got Sachsenring coming up the next round, his favourite track. You know what I mean?
And got some bittersweet memories though, hasn't it, Sachsenring? That was the 6 crashes in a weekend.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago on the Honda. Morbidelli's now had a track limits warning pop up on our timing screens. Oh, personal best lap for Marc Marquez with 4 to go. So he's still got pace. He's still finding speed, and we've seen this a lot as the fuel load goes down. How many times this year? Oh dear, Alex Marquez has fractured his left hand. We did say he was holding it a bit funny.
Just a horrible slam into the ground, wasn't it?
Just shows though, doesn't it?
So we've got next weekend off, and then we're back to back again. It's a tough period, isn't it, to sustain it.
Just what you want around the left-hand Sachsenring as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean literally, you have to force the counter steer all your way around that track with your left hand. Yeah, absolutely.
Has Marc Marquez got anything left here? Has Marco Bezzecchi got a response? I think he has, you know. He is matching Marquez step for step in this race. He's just got to come up with somewhere. Where can he do it though, Neil?
It's tricky. I think into if he can get a run through 7 into 8, where we've seen Mark struggle a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
There's a chance.
That'll be a tasty one.
And then it's or a really brave one through into where they're going now. But Mark's so strong into here. I can't see him outbreaking him into this final chicane.
If it did happen, there would be echoes of Marquez Rossi, wouldn't there?
Absolutely.
3 to go. Haven't seen any more track limits infringements from Marc Marquez yet. Remember, if he has 2 more, then he would get a long lap penalty.
Yeah, with 3 to go, I just feel like Bagnaia's just dropped off a fraction,
yeah.
So it is down to these 2, it looks like.
The gap's a second now between Bezzecchi and Bagnaia.
Then Catty just jumps off the corners so well. Look, like you're on board now with Bez. You've got a bike that steers through the corners a little bit better. But that Ducati in front stops and accelerates that little bit better.
In the Steckerval, that's where Neil said is possibly...
That's one of his opportunities.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's going to be a bit closer than he is now. And then he's fast through here is Bezzecchi. Oh, Mark's a little bit slow, these 2 rights. Watch this how we close in. Close in a bit there. And it should be a little bit again here. Then through here, look at this. That's the... But not quite close enough to have a go at a pass. Then we go to Mark's favourite corner, where he's strong, and then he's strong on the brakes, and then he's going to fire out the chicane.
Who's your rider of the race here today? Maybe Marc Marquez for winning. Maybe Marco Bezzecchi for keeping the pressure on from the start. Maybe Pedro Acosta for showing something we haven't seen for a while. Really good to see.
Is that the lap where he's brought Bez? Because he's fired it out of there. He's got 0.4 over the line.
Oh, and again, leaving black lines down on the racetrack as his rear, as he applies the gas through turns 2 and then into 3, now into turn 5. It was a bit like the race between himself and Alex Marquez.
It is.
He basically has it firing out of corners and deep into the corner.
Yep.
Ducati is such a strong motorcycle. Again, Mark,
then he had to pick up a little bit. He's obviously really pushing it on this lap. Oh, like Bez got it a little bit wrong out of there then.
Yeah, I think he did. The gap has just opened up ever so slightly. There is nothing that Bezzecchi can do at this moment in time. We've got one more run back to the chicane and then we're on to the last lap of the Dutch TT. Centenary running of this race. And Marc Marquez looking to etch himself into the history books by matching Giacomo Agostini's 68 wins in the Premier class.
Sorry, Gavin, he's going to see on his pit board, it's going to give him plus 0.6 or at least plus 0.5. You know then, just one more clean, tidy lap. You don't have to try and break any later, not change anything. Gets 0.7 over the line. Unless there's a mistake from Mark, he's got this one.
But it's a 32.4 that he's done.
Yeah.
You know, that's been the benchmark in this race. I think we've been down to a 32.2.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's 0.2 off the absolute fastest lap of the race with a lap to go. I mean, it's incredible.
Marc Marquez then around the Osnabrücken into the Strubben. The famous Assen left-hander bearing witness. We've got a legend watching on. He said to Susie before, records are made to be broken. Of course, Valentino Rossi who still holds the outright record, but Agostini 68 Premier Class wins. I mean, when you're up there with Giacomo Agostini, you know you're a bit special.
Yeah. I think Mark knows that, though. That is a bit special.
Oh, even riding through the inside of the curve there, out towards turn 9. Just 7 more corners to go through Mandevane for the final time. And he's just done it again. He's ridden defensively. He's had the pressure on. He might not have been the fastest in some of those early laps, but in these last laps of the race, he is. He's shown once again that he is the best on used rubber, best towards the end of a race. Bez has no answer for him today. It's been brilliant for the Aprilia man, but into the chicane for the final time. Marc Marquez holds off the Aprilia Marco Bezzecchi, and for Ducati takes victory in the 100th anniversary Dutch TT, and with it his 68th MotoGP win, equaling Giacomo Agostini. Pecco Bagnaia rounds out the podium in 3rd place. It's another double for Marc Marquez. That's his 6th double of the season, and he extends his lead in the World Championship by a huge amount, with his brother having crashed out.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a bum fight over the line. Oh, looks like Bastianini got it.
Yeah, Bastianini 9th for him, Quartararo 10th across the line from pole. Great ride from Ralph Fernandez in 8th. Did you beat Morbidelli to 6th? Acosta in 4th ahead of Maverick Vinales. Sonia Chandra picked up a World Championship point in 15th ahead of Aleix Espargaro. So we'll be pleased with that. But Neil, what can you say about that today?
Well, I'm trying to think the last time a rider won both races on a weekend when he wasn't the fastest rider on the track. And I know that sounds strange, but he just had a way around this track where he was impossible to pass.
And let's remind people, on Friday he had 2 crashes at well over 100 miles an hour.
Yes, yeah, the first one, a massive impact. He basically lost feeling in his hand for a split second. It was a scary looking crash. We didn't know if he was out for the weekend. Then in the next session he lost the front, well over 100 miles an hour, cut his chin, he's had stitches in his chin, he was proper beat up. He looked second hand, but he's done what we've seen him do so many times. It was shades of the old Marc Marquez having 2 huge crashes. It was the Honda mounted Marc Marquez. But I genuinely did not expect this weekend. I thought it was going to be damage limitation, a couple of podiums. but he has literally, this weekend is the one where, like I said, Sachsenring coming up, it's his favourite track. Of course he's favourite for that. If he does the double there, it's almost done. It's like we'll start talking about when he's going to win the World Championship.
68 points ahead of his brother, 68 ahead of second place. He's 126 ahead of Francesco Bagnaia in the championship. Let's give credit to Marco Bezzecchi today, and a great weekend all round for Aprilia.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's give credit to Aprilia. You're right. With everything that's going on, it's been a night.
Ride it down.
He was going to be my rider of the weekend as well.
That can't count against him, surely.
Absolutely, that needs to go on his record. Yeah, no, I'm pleased for Aprilia because I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for the whole situation. It's a mess all round. We don't know that we've not read the contract. We don't know that we don't know what the words say. But it's just been a right mess for them, hasn't it?
Oh, that's nice. They're all riding along in front of the fans there. A lot of debris on Pego Bagnaia's screen. That looked filthy, didn't it?
Well, that's more like it from this man. That was the Pedro from last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, the shark back at his snappy best, wasn't he, today? OK, it's not a podium. There's Paul Trevethan, his crew chief. He's earned that embrace from Paul.
And there's talk, obviously, we know that Pedro has been looking at potentially trying to get out of his contract in some way, shape or form. Rumours we're hearing, it don't look possible.
It's watertight.
Yeah, it's looking like, do you know what you need to do is to keep your head down and let's focus about getting the most out of your package.
Contact on a couple of occasions with Alex Marquez in the race. This being a decisive one for Alex.
Yeah, where he just catches his front brake right there, locks the front, and he hits the ground so hard. But think about it, second, third gear, fourth gear, bang. That's well over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, poor Alex Marquez in that. Battled hard.
Yeah, let's hope he's broken his hand. Let's hope it's... We know a broken hand you can be out for months.